Okay, so this is working.
Yes.
Yes, car is working today, baby. Good morning, Sunair. Yes, Sunair. Not today, baby. Good morning, car. What's wrong? Hey, we don't have school today.
That's cool.
No, we're not crying there. Hey guys, so beautiful places can exist. All right, let's get this show rocking and rolling. I'm sure many of you have been trying to figure out what to do during a government shutdown. And yeah, I'm just tired. I need this to go viral if I want to be successful. And I have set up some stuff as a data scientist to try to make this so. I have 21 days to fundraise. All right, we're going to replay this video one more time. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of you guys out there who know exactly how I feel about this. So, this is my happy place. I really hope I'll find some people today who will support me on this. We're going to talk to some other people, see what they say, and I'm going to talk to you, the internet, and see what you guys have to say. So let's kick off the podcast. Hey guys, so that's been playing for a while, and welcome to the live cast. Let's see if anyone has actually joined us. All right, so YouTube statistics. How many people actually watched when you post videos on YouTube? And the analytics in terms of, I've earned a total of $1.90, and I have a total of 2,000 subscribers. Woohoo! So very small account, technically speaking. On Facebook, I have a professional dashboard, and it's got about 6,000, which is the maximum for the friends. Uh, it's hard for Facebook accounts to break past that ceiling. And we're gonna do like a Facebook page today, probably. Hey guys, so we're gonna see if Jerome Mitchell wants to join and come talk. Before he gets here, I just wanted to check in with people and see how they've been dealing with the U.S. government shutdown. Times are tough out there for everyone. I feel like we're entering a very darker dystopia of America where we're taking all of the money that was supposed to go towards helping people in healthcare is now being shoveled into ice and trying to make life as cruel as possible with the largest majority as possible. Anyone that doesn't have money get the boot of capitalism, which I've experienced, and it's not fun. And this government shutdowns only sort of compounds that problem. But I guess from my perspective, I can also see the Republican point in that is healthcare making people healthy? Not really. It's a mixed bag. I'm not saying it's not better than nothing, but like pharmacological medication just doesn't work. And that's what overwhelming majority of healthcare has been built upon. Yeah, that's partially why I have the idea of what is the optimal city block. Hi, wifey. So I'm doing a live cast on YouTube and LinkedIn to raise awareness. You want to say hello to the internet? Also, there's a guy who's Jerome Mitchell is going to hop on momentarily. And then I have another interview. Good morning. The kids just left with car. Hello, Jerome.
Good morning, Mudassar. How are you?
How's it going?
Going well, thank you. How about yourself?
Life is interesting. Life is interesting.
It looks like it. It looks like it from the room you're sitting in is interesting.
You know, I tried to I'm a data scientist for the SEC, and I tried to design a unicorn startup for my kid.
What's this? A screen popped on my screen on the front. Is this a U.S. government shutdown? Yeah.
And everyone's been affected by that. And while the government's been shut down, I've been dreaming of my personal utopia.
Okay.
I was like, hey, you know, in the darkest times, dream of the brightest future ahead.
Yes. Well, it sounds wonderful. I mean, so the other day I saw a posting for chief visionary officer. That's what attracted me to the whole situation. And then I've since seen for CEO and CFO, but I don't see the chief visionary anymore.
Yeah, I can only do 2 job postings at a time.
Okay.
Based on like, you know, as well as there's really 8, the way that I've kind of devised it. In terms of the job postings, but the whole thing is designed as an AI-based startup.
Yes.
Of like, instead of using AI to kind of do, I wanted to use AI to get to the bottom of these 5 questions.
Okay. A question of wisdom. I'm really soaking in a lot of wisdom these days. I'm in a period of transition, and as a result of that, that made me do a lot of inner reflection. And the inner reflection is really bringing me back to all the sacred wisdom that I'm really remembering, as opposed to learning, because it's really all innate and it's all inside of us. And so it's been an exciting, transformative process to be going through that. And then from a synergetic basis, now that I'm in it, the information and everything just keeps coming that aligns with that. And even when I saw the posting for this, especially with the whole interfaith piece, I mean, currently I'm doing affordable housing development in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, which is just north of which is just north of Philadelphia. We do affordable rental housing, and we're a small organization. This is something that I was recruited to do a few years ago because I had a background in it, and it was mission driven, and so it's very fulfilling to be able to be doing that from that standpoint. However, I'm looking to transition, and I'm in the process right now, and that's when I say I'm transition and transforming. I'm selling my home in Pennsylvania, my home of 25 years, and I'm moving to Delaware. And in my home of 25 years, we were really blessed with a really beautiful, special, unique home. So it wasn't easy to walk away from. And it's been part of my life for the last 25 years, and really for the whole period of my marriage with my wife, and our family and all of our special occasions and things of that nature. And so, so it really was a big part of me. And so walking away from that, I really had to reconcile with that and make it okay. And so that's how I have been attracted back to all the wisdom teachings and the wisdom knowledge. And so in addition to that, I see the whole interfaith piece with you guys. I'm actually an ordained interfaith minister. So, I believe in all the books of God, and I mean, I respect all the books of God, and all the spiritual traditions, and the fact that, there's one unifying energy and one unifying principle that underlies all of those things. So to be able to manifest that in any way, any kind of meaningful way, that brings housing, community, ecological things together, it just sounds exciting beyond anything I can imagine.
So that is really the trick, right? Like, how do you talk about religion without making it a cult or a new religion, perhaps, or a
Right.
cult or a, something of the negative? But at the same time, I really do believe that these 7 skills are innate in all of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, talking about it from a wisdom perspective, from a health perspective, from a holistic perspective, can allow people to connect to that without letting their religious biases get in the way. So, so because there's unifying principles in all these things, and they're just basic human principles. And, and everybody wants to be healthy. Everybody wants to be wise. Everybody wants longevity. And all these things that all the things that you're talking about lead to that. And all those things are sacred and spiritual, even though we don't necessarily view them as such or classify them as such. But to once you really get people involved in them, you can really kind of bring that to their attention, again, in subtle ways.
Okay, so we were going to basically start off with the questionnaire that I had pulled up.
Okay.
In terms of what are the questions I'm trying to use AI to answer, and how far I'm along in this session. And, I want it to be like more an invitation, like it was from you saying, hey, I want to be involved. I'm not sure what my role is going to be. And I love that about how you messaged me. And
well, and the reason I did that, because for one, like I said, I was really looking for the chief visionary officer, and then that went away, and then it was the chief executive officer. And even though, I probably, that's a role I could play, but I really liked when I saw the chief visionary officer, the fact that I would be working with the CEO and the COO as part of a team, and especially for something of this magnitude, that felt like a better fit for me than being the CEO itself. I mean, not that I couldn't do that, but I mean, this is a really big job. So I would rather be a key member of a team doing this than the number one person doing it.
And you have a background from the Wharton School of Business Marketing from 1984.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, I do.
But your work history is a little sparse for someone of that educational pedigree. To talk to me a little bit about.
So right from out of Wharton, I worked for IBM for a few years as a marketing representative. And I went to work for IBM so that I could learn sales and marketing skills, so that anything that you do in life, I would be able to sell and market. So, and they were the best marketing company in the world at the time. And so that was my number one motivation for going there. And so I grew up in Philadelphia. I took a very circuitous route to get to the Wharton School. And so, I grew up in a very, for lack of a better term, disadvantaged neighborhood, poverty. My parents were married and divorced at a very, very early age. So I was just, my older brother and I was raised by my mother. And we were raised in what's now considered one of the poorest, most violent neighborhoods in the city of Philadelphia. So
which neighborhood?
I went to in North Central Philadelphia.
Okay, so you're from the Northeast. All right.
Say that
how
again?
Close are we talking? You're from the Northeast, so how close are we talking to Kensington?
No, from North Philadelphia. Well, it's right down the street from Kensington. Matter of fact, they've moved Kensington over. So Kensington, matter of fact, I did middle school in Kensington, which Kensington is like Kensington and Allegheny is the heart of Kensington. I was at 11th and Lehigh, of which Lehigh is 5 blocks south of Kensington. 5 blocks south of Allegheny, and 11th Street is probably about 15 blocks west of Kensington Avenue. But basically, and 11th and German, so they basically now almost consider Germantown Avenue all the way over to the river in that area, Kensington. So I was really right next door to Kensington, which right now Kensington, parts of Kensington, and specifically Fairhill, is considered the poorest neighborhood in the city of Philadelphia. So anyway, I grew up in one of the most violent neighborhoods, right next to the most poorest neighborhood. So after getting out of that and managing to, so right out of high school, I worked as a directory assistance operator for the telephone company. And I was really, really good at it. And they had 3 things that you needed to do to be successful. You had to be courteous, you had to be quick, and you had to be accurate. And I mastered all 3 of those. But then when I went to take the test for promotion, they told me I failed, I didn't get the job. And so everything went left from there. Because I was a great test taker. And later on, it was proven and that the test was biased. But anyway, while I was there, I went to community college of Philadelphia. And so I went to community college. And while I was a director assistant operator, as a director assistant operator, I learned about a lot of things. So people would call and ask for things. So even though I'm from Philadelphia, and again, from where I came from, I actually learned about the Wharton School from being a director assistant operator.
Okay.
And so, and then after I graduated from Community College of Philadelphia, they had a little agreement with the University of Pennsylvania, and I was able to matriculate there and transfer like 60 out of my 66 credits to Wharton towards a bachelor's degree. So anyway, while I was a student at Penn, and Penn is in the heart of West Philadelphia, and even though it's in the heart of West Philadelphia, it really was an island unto itself. So the people at Penn did not come out into the neighborhood, and the people in the neighborhood did not go onto campus.
So I went to Drexel.
Yes.
And I am very familiar with the Ivy League system.
Yes. So while I was there, I helped to change that a little bit. And I brought students from Penn out to the community to get involved in things out there. And I brought people on campus to get involved with things in the community. And I was honored with the Martin Luther King Jr. Award at Penn for being the student who did more to bridge the gap between Penn and the community than anyone else. And one of the things I did was I got involved in helping young people get elected to office while I was at Penn. So after being there, after graduating, going to work for IBM, when I was ready to do something significant, I came back and said, okay, now you guys have elected, you replace people who've been here forever. What are we going to do differently than what others had done? And in the meantime, between when I left IBM, I went and spent the summer in Kenya as part of Operation Crossroads Africa, doing it was a work cultural educational exchange, and we helped to build a schoolhouse in a little village in Kenya. So that was a wonderful experience. And so then when we came back, along with these elected officials, I became the founder of the West Philadelphia Economic Development Corporation. And we basically help people to start businesses. We brought resources back to the community to help create jobs, do commercial development, things of that nature. And I did that for 12 years until, and then, things got challenging. It was very, very rewarding, was very great work. But one of the challenges of doing work in urban areas, just as you can see right now, is the need is so great that no matter how much you attack it and how much you address it, there's still so much more to be done. And that can get draining over time. So after 12 years of doing that, I decided I need to change.
It's like a candle in the hurricane.
So, yes.
That's what it feels like sometimes, right?
Yes. And I have been married, and I got married and divorced through that whole process. And then in 99, I got remarried. And so from there, I took a position as a financial consultant with Solomon Smith Barney. And I had clients that helped them to invest their funds, individuals, companies, corporations, you name it. And then I did that for a few years, and then I became a portfolio manager for Mellon Financial for a few years. We basically manage people's trust and estates and things of that nature. And then again, but I've always been an entrepreneur at spirit. And even when I was doing economic development, I considered myself a social entrepreneur, because again, I was doing things more for the purpose of generating and creating, more so than just doing it for profit.
So talk to me about your ministerial / interfaith work.
Well, again, so for one, I've always been spiritual. I've always been intuitive, and even in my upbringing, my grandfather was a Christian minister, and a small Christian minister. My mother was in the Hebrew church. So, when I went over my grandparents' house, I'm going to church on Sundays. When I'm at my home with my mother, I'm going to the temple on Saturdays. So I got fed a lot of religion. At one point as an adult, I embraced Islam and practiced that for a few years. And then later on, I got introduced to Eastern philosophy, Taoism, Buddhism, things of that nature. And when I was in the transition between going from West Philadelphia Economic Development to my new life, I decided to go to seminary. And I went to Palmer Seminary, which is now called, back then it was called Eastern Baptist Theological Seminary. And I went there, and I wasn't even studying to get a D-Min. I was studying the theory of it, what have you. But while I was there, their whole thing was you had to be Christian, you had to believe in Jesus. It was no other way. There was no room for anything else or anything. And I just said, for me, God is bigger than that. And everybody who has their belief and has their religion has a right to it, and it's real to them. So I can't be in a space where I'm saying that my religion is the only religion, the only one that has validity. And if you're not part of that, you're going to hell. So I said, this is not going to work for me. So I left, and I found a new program. It was called the New Seminary in New York City. And it was an interfaith seminary, again, where we're able to study, appreciate, get endowed with all of the religious traditions, spiritual traditions and practices, things of that nature. And that's been far more suitable for me. But as you mentioned, one of the challenges with that is really being able to communicate that in a meaningful way to people who are dug in one way or another with their religious beliefs. People that, again, the church in our community, the church being the most dominant religion, also Islam as well, they only want, when you come there, they only want to hear about the church. They only want to hear about Islam. They don't want to hear about all the books of God and the commonality and things of that nature. So it's always been a challenge. But I did become what's known as a spiritual director. And a spiritual director, you work with people on a one-on-one basis, just to help them to discover what God really means to them and how it really can take hold in their life, as opposed to just being a belief, but something they really can actually touch and feel and know that it really makes a difference in their life. And so that's how I've been practicing my ministry. Of course, I've done many sermons and married people and performed funeral rites and all that nature. But that's been my interfaith experience.
Okay. So you are actually like the perfect first guest I have on my live cast, because I sort of wanted this 5 books to be kind of the guide for me during this meditation / fast / 21-day journey of fundraising. And it starts with the Bible, which is where you grew up in, North Philly. So that's the book of your childhood. And
Yes.
as my understanding of how you spoke about your life, you were the smartest kid in school who was just too smart for his own good. And that got him in a shit ton of trouble.
That's true. That's very
And
true.
somehow, over and over again, the more trouble he got himself into, your mind just kept coming up with more ways to solve those problems.
That's correct. Wow. Wow. I never even looked at it like that, but that's wonderful summation.
And like the guy who grew up in that part of Philly, I mean, I've traveled that part of Philly, right? Like, there's like this firefighter's motto, to hell and back.
Yes.
The idea that the inferno is a physical manifestation of hell.
Yes.
And we don't seem to have connected climate change and wildfires and flooding to the Bible at all,
Right.
or to the other religious texts. We don't connect those two things. And
Sure.
I am like, okay, hypothetically, give me the argument's sake that these books have value, especially the one that's been around for 4,000 plus years,
Yes.
only because they point to a universal truth, the path of life,
Yes.
how to understand it, and how it can't exist without water.
That's right.
And on that path of life, you will have the fruit tree as the eternal guidepost of that which gives without taking. And I'm gonna need you to like listen to these and see if I have understood these correctly, kind of thing. And then come
Okay.
back to me.
Okay.
But here's my understanding of the path of life. If you go back to like Genesis, from Abel to Noah, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about Genesis from that phase. It mentions the burnt offering, and in Abel, it mentions he's the shepherd. As well as if you read the King James Version of the Bible, it talks about tilling. There was not a man to till the soil.
Right.
And like how Cain was the tiller of the soil and the hunter, while Abel was the shepherd. And in the course of time, they brought forth the seed of the fruit tree as an offering to the gods, and they were rewarded. That concept of, okay, are we supposed to let the environment kind of stay as is, or are those offerings of animals and fruits in the form of seeds as a meant to pay for the nutrients of our children? And like, how do you communicate that to a city like Philadelphia that under William Penn's history, what has transpired in the last 250 years or 500 years, and how they need to bring the herd back, specifically the buffalo herd, because like if this happened less than 200 years ago, the consequences of this action are going to keep reverberating for the next 200.
Yes.
We've only just started seeing the tipping,
Right.
and like the government's still in denial. If you need to take that phone call, you can.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Well,
And like, how do you connect religion to ecology is something I am deeply conflicted about. But I know it's there. You can't have one without the other.
right. So, which is all, I think the one word that captures that is consciousness. And again, that's something that you can, that's a message that you can articulate that captures what you want to capture without a religious label on it, so that it's not running people away that are so caught up in religion.
And like the
I
idea,
won't even say caught up, people that are committed to religion. So consciousness, again, consciousness is a universal thing. We all have consciousness. And so the question of how we use that consciousness and how conscious we are, self-conscious, planet conscious, humanity conscious, those, all of these can be integrated into something like that.
my thought was more, it's not just about how the mind is and the thoughts that you train on it. It's also a function of the biological capacity of your lungs that power the brain. The simple reality that biologically speaking, a freediver will have a higher level of cognitive function and ability than a smoker.
Right.
That's a biological fact, right? You can't deny that.
Yes. Let me see the slide that down. Let me see the other gardening. 4 is fasting. Oh yes. Shepherding. Language. And logic. Okay, awesome.
And I just want to call out, like, high school will only teach you this. Maybe they will teach you the A, but they largely tend to focus on STEM. And there's this whole tree of knowledge out there for people to explore.
So where are you now?
I'm still on pre-seed.
No, I'm saying physically, where are you located?
I'm located in Bear, Delaware.
Okay.
Physically.
Okay. That's where you live?
That's where I live.
Okay.
So
how long have you been there?
I moved here 11 months before the fire. So, like, I went to Drexel, right? And
yes.
The year I was going there, it was voted as the ugliest campus in 2005.
I never heard that before.
It was voted as like the second ugliest campus in the US.
I never
and
heard
that was
before.
The year that they were like, okay, 70 million, fix it.
Right. Well, that's when they brought John Fry in. John Fry's whole his claim to fame is real estate development, more so than being an academic professor. I mean, more so. So, because he used to be at Penn, and then they brought him from Penn to Drexel. No, we went from Penn to Franklin and Marshall in Lancaster, then from there to Drexel, and now from Drexel to Temple.
Always sort of grown up in the shadow of the Penn crowd, right? Like they would always get the better jobs, the better everything to some extent than the Drexel grad. I also grew up in like Springfield, and the house that I grew up in, we've seen this area transition.
Springfield, Delaware County.
40. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I have deep ties to the area, but I've seen like this whole corridor is entirely concrete now. And I'm over here now. This is where the proposed site is of where I would like to build this thing. And here's where I live currently.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
The current status is outlined in this website. I have the physical site. I'm still working on the curriculum and the IP.
Okay.
As well as the strategic partners and the outreach.
Mm-hmm.
My fundraising situation has turned alarming as I've been unable to close on the 7 million initial seed money.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, I need options, people, and doing a live cast to be like, all right, I'm going to get on the internet and just like start talking to people about, hey, I need money.
Mm-hmm.
As well as I'm interviewing CEOs and CFOs for a grand utopian ambitious project.
Right.
Of dreamers who are like, yo, let's imagine a better world that ends up in you and me and all of our kids living in a happy place, preferably.
Mm-hmm.
And the best place I could come up with is, okay, let's take my engineering and mechanical knowledge and say, is there a hypothetical equation to housing that results in like things being good from a data scientist perspective? And it really comes down to modularization of the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can produce the house like you do an iPhone, right?
Yep.
And if you can do that, you can drop this price from 45 to 25, depending on economies of scale.
Right.
And the deployment capacity of how you would deploy the building, whether it is in a circular or linear pattern. I personally prefer the circular and the village per hectare idea.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that instead of trying to go ultra dense or like just one trailer park, let's go village per hectare, the way that our ancestors used to do it, because they needed to fend off against raiders and bandits. And if we do that in the right way, we can stick it in a city or we can stick it in a suburb, and eventually there will be like infill of other identical developments
Mm-hmm.
in the foreseeable future over like the 30-year lifespan if you get the zoning approved.
Sure.
Because the cost efficiencies of building this at 100K per unit for a 400 square foot with the comparable apartment is like 600 plus and like 900 plus in New York or $1 million plus in DC. And the key is going to be in infusing the vertical farming layer overlapping with the housing so that the residents are growing all of the food in addition to having the housing
Mm-hmm.
part of their village.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Delaware has a deep agricultural history.
It does, but they have done away with it for the sake of corporate. They've gone the way of New York.
Yes.
When New York got rid of the apple tree for the apple stock and said, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, okay.
Yes.
Clearly you guys haven't read philosophy ever, but sure. So how do I do that?
I'm
in
actually
this spot?
Go ahead.
How do I do that in this spot? Where
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. How much land are we talking there?
I have the first house purchased. I'm fundraising to purchase 3, 5, and 7.
Okay.
There are a total of 55 acres at stake potentially.
Okay.
So
Now, who are you fundraising? Who are your fundraising targets?
the initial round is 7 million, and then I need about 70 to 90 to actually build the building. Once I have the land and the engineering done, my initial estimate is like between 70
So
to
I'm
90.
saying, were you looking for venture capitalists and offer for the money?
Yeah. So I have a placement with the One World Trade Center for Climate Week as a new asset class called the Sanctuary Suburb, which is being zoned under the climate sanctuary terminology for Delaware. And our goal is to integrate housing with the health of the residents, with the health of the environment.
Okay.
Say, what's the optimum balance between the three?
Now, Mudassar, do you have any other members on your team at this time?
So I've been onboarding various people as advisors. The idea that I don't really have money to pay people till I have my initial investors committed. I keep getting like LPs, but when I go to actually like do the paperwork, I don't always know which one is a scam and which one is legitimate. This is one of the guys that seems to be presenting himself to me as not a scam, but I need to do due diligence to say, hey.
That's a low interest rate.
I also have this one. From the Middle East, but the idea is that they keep asking for money up front, and I'm like, why do you do this?
Yes, that's what I had. You made me think of someone, a gentleman from Middle East who contacted me, and he's saying he's looking to invest in America and all that, and he says he has all this money to invest, but he wants all my want me to give him all my personal information first. So I said, won't do that.
Well, I mean, like, how do you tell the real ones from the fake?
Right.
Because like, if I look up and Google these guys, they are literally at the most flagship location. And, they work.
Let me see if
like you don't get to work in the Burj Doha in Qatar and have a office in like the top building in Saudi Arabia, without having governmental princely connections.
Right.
And when they asked me for money up front, I was like, what are you guys doing?
Oh yeah, no, that's him. Okay, from Bridgetown. I'm looking for my guy who he hasn't written in a while. I'll forward you this information, let you vet him when we get done.
But the thing I guess I'll try to close on is, and I thank you for joining.
No, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
I'm obsessed with like trying to train the ChatGPT models and the Google Gemini models on the Utopian Index. And like trying to figure out if you can't write a book about nowhere, then can you like train an AI model on nowhere? And these are sort of the roles that I'm kind of considering. And some of the advisors that I'm These are the roles that I need.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Assuming the money comes through, which I'm like, well, I have like 4 people who have signed contracts that the money will come through, but then like
Mm-hmm.
when you ask them to actually send it, they're like, we have this hold up. I'm like,
Right.
all right.
So, may I have your direct email?
Keep emailing me or messaging me. I'm monitoring the LinkedIn and the Lotus King address myself.
Okay.
So I'll send you the initial investor brief as well as some of the links that we talked about.
Okay.
Um,
So I have a couple of people in mind that might be appropriate to approach about something like this. I think it has. I think it's a great vision and has really wonderful potential. And like I said, and it's timely for me because I am. I love Delaware. I've loved it for a long time, and
such a wonderful place.
yeah, I'm moving. I'm actually moving a little further south. I'm moving to coastal Delaware.
Okay.
But
I really like this particular location
mm-hmm.
because I have a 55-acre park. If I am able to acquire these 3 lots.
Right.
And it's right at the bottom of the Christiana River before it turns into I-95 and Route 1 highway.
Right.
It's the first sort of residential neighborhood kind of in that area. And on the other side of that highway, you have the largest mall and the largest hospital in the tri-state area.
Well, that's awesome.
So it creates like this very appropriate nexus of capitalist amenities with nature.
Yes.
And help me figure out how to build it, and maybe you'll come live with me in it.
Yep, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. That would be exciting. So send me the additional information, and then I'll.
I messaged you on LinkedIn.
Say it again.
I messaged you the 8 roles that I'm looking for, as well as the LinkedIn, and I'm sending you my email address that you can email me.
Okay.
This is really like meant to be
I just reached out to a significant potential investor this morning for another project that one of my friends is working on, and so I'm waiting to hear back from them. And this might be something that I can broach them about as well.
So I was gonna end with like the final thought was the utopian index, and how do I get this real world place, raise enough money to put it in the utopian index. According to a ChatGPT and Google Gemini perspective, I'm between 95 to 99 percentile on both engines.
Okay.
In the current configuration, and as a marketing guru, I would love for you to review all the names and terminology I had to create to get this.
Okay.
Sound like a plan?
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. Have a blessed day.
Thanks, you too. I look forward to seeing you again. Thanks again. All right, bye-bye.
For first guest, I would say Jerome Mitchell would be a pretty good individual to have on record. I believe, marketing background from a prestigious Ivy League university, as well as active work as a developer. Um, Yeah, hey guys, I think we're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna let the automated videos play for a little bit for you guys to enjoy. Hopefully I'll create some more AI content based on some of this stuff. I don't know. While we try to finalize more context. Oh, I was supposed to have a meeting. Hello, Brian. Any chance you would be willing to hop on to the live stream? Yeah, I can send you. I just didn't want to. That's okay. StreamYard. I'll see you online there. That would be ideal. Thank you so much. Looking forward to our conversation, genuinely.
Okay.
Hi, Brian.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Good. Let's see.
So you are Brian Green.
Yes.
AI scientist.
Yes.
You also have some work in health.
Yeah. So I have a background in healthcare, in a number of different capacities in the public health nonprofit sector for a couple decades. So I started as a data scientist, researcher, and then have other positions that entailed health improvement, working with provider networks, building up resources in those provider networks, focusing on patients' access to care and services, community development, and those sorts of initiatives. Then I jumped to the private sector, which was more health tech focused, and in that capacity, worked on first developing our communities, expanding from 6 online communities to 46, and then on the commercial side, focused on our um, paid campaigns, so paid social campaigns, paid um, Google ad campaigns on behalf of pharma clients primarily. And in that capacity, I had the data analytics team under my vertical, which was commercial strategy. And so data analytics focus, we had to do a lot of predictive AI and RPA, robotic process automation, which is how I got interested in generative AI, which is kind of where I'm at now.
I gotcha. How big is the organizations that you're currently part of?
Well, currently,
To start up.
yeah, currently, Health Vision AI is just me. That's my consulting LLC. And then Envision Health AI is a startup that I have two co-founders, two collaborators, and so it's just the three of us that are developing that initiative.
Okay.
The old company I worked for 8 years, Health Union, was about 200 employees around the time that I left, around 65 AAR, 65 million AAR. When I started there, it was
I lost you there for a second, I think, but I you said 65 million ARR. That was your exit point from that company. So you exited with the parachute, and you have a doctorate of philosophy in urban affairs, public policy analysis. Would that be right? I lost your mic. Still,
Why is this not working?
there you are.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Now it's
Okay.
working.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was wanting me to log in, I think. So it was working at first and then stopped.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I think what I was saying is my old company, which was healthunion.com, I was there about 8 years. And yeah, when I left, the company was about 65 AAR, 65 million AAR. And that was a considerable amount of growth, since I think we were under 10 million when I first started there.
Definitely have a very interesting background. What drew you to our project, and how much have you read? / what are the questions I can answer? Did I lose your audio again?
Mute. Why is it?
Your mic's
Yeah,
there.
I
Your
don't know
mic
why
is
it's
back.
muted. It's odd. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you all reached out to me and just
I
asked
think
me.
LinkedIn algorithm recommended you as a highly desirable
I
candidate
see.
for
I
our
see.
CXO team.
I see.
And basically, I am trying to do something called a climate sanctuary, which hasn't really been done before. But the idea that in the Delaware Democratic Party platform for 2025, they put something in with the language of climate sanctuary for rezoning. And as someone who works in like philosophy in Delaware and land use and development as well as AI, so you can see where I'm going with this
Yes.
to some extent. But philosophically speaking, what is the optimum, not just, you know, manufactured housing units per acre,
Sure.
but what is the optimum city block
Right.
and how do you build it? And that's sort of where I come up with, okay, well, is it compatible with the tree of life? Because I
So
want to be living there.
I think everyone would in a way. I mean, it's interesting because my academic background, so my master's degree, my undergrad and master's degree both were in urban planning, and I never worked formally in urban planning. I guess outside of doing internships, um, I jumped over to my PhD program as you saw, was more focused on public policy, and I jumped immediately into health, and I've worked in kind of health care area for forever. But I do have an academic background in urban planning, and I certainly appreciate the built environment, and the connections between needing to have sustainable urban environments and sustainable built environments, because that supports health, right? And so the connections between health and how we live in urban environments or in sustainable environments is, more critical than ever, particularly now in the age of AI, where we know that AI ethics are not always at the top of all companies' list of priorities. And, at least in the EU, probably more so in the US, there is a focus on sustainability and social impact of AI, but we really don't have that here yet. And so, the concern is energy use increases in an AI future, and it's just going to put more and more pressure on how we live sustainably, and hopefully our societies, plural, will be able to adjust appropriately over time. But yeah, I can see why your focus on sustainable living in a built environment is critical, even more critical today than it's ever been.
I mean, the idea that at least, if I'm looking at America, in the Northeast, we are looking at a huge housing shortage.
Yes.
Not in Philadelphia, New York, Baltimore, Washington, but like along this entire Amtrak corridor.
Yeah.
And California just passed some legislation that, they're getting rid of some rules regarding their high transit corridors.
Yes.
And that's only a matter of time till that happens here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, we've had, since the 1970s, we've had this tension between growth, pro-growth governments, pro-growth, what we would call regimes, and sustainable or no growth, low growth regimes. And usually the pro-growth went out. Some of the test cases, some of the seminal court cases that tested this were in New Jersey, which is not surprising since it's, kind of in the center of that Bosch corridor that you pointed out.
But the idea that if you keep building suburbia, and I grew up in Springfield, right? And it's the worst possible form of development.
in Springfield, PA,
Yeah.
It's a sprawl, and not what we call not livable, not walkable.
The worst of the worst. Like
Yeah.
a bunch of the most racist people came up with like, you know what? This will be a really great place for me to be miserable.
Yes. Suburbia
and destroy the world at the same time.
tends
And you're
to,
like,
yeah.
You really had to blow up your kids that badly?
I think, in general, in suburban, in so much of suburbia, particularly among youth, we see that sense of alienation, right? And again, we've, social changes that have happened partly because of the increase of social media first, and kind of community platforms that allow for some type of social connection, maybe initially ameliorated some sense of people's alienation from each other, but now it's just intensified and gotten worse, right? Because of the algorithms. And this is why I feel that the time for ensuring ethics is built into AI now before it's too late is so critical, because we have the ability to perhaps use it for good, or that it continue to increase division in society and alienation and lack of social connectedness, all of the things that are really harmful for living together in social communities.
You took me to my opening line, right? Especially as the doctor of philosophy, I'm pretty sure you can sympathize with this quote. I'm trying to like figure out, how do I put a price tag on this?
Yeah.
Because I gotta
Yeah,
put a price tag. We live under capitalism. Everything has a cost.
well, I mean, if you look at the history of built societies, urban planning um, as a kind of field, part of it was around the kind of thinking of utopian futures and structure as being partly able to bring about more utopian living. Now, have those succeeded? Probably not, because usually the focus was on it, was micro communities, and it's hard to, you can't change the society around you. There are some examples that were perhaps successful in small scale in time, but some of the larger ones, think of Brasilia, for instance, trying to create the new capital of Brazil in Brasilia through this kind of monumental structural development. I think most people would say that failed, but it didn't. I think it also speaks to the top-down nature of a lot of design rather than incorporating people that may be living somewhere into thinking through what design aspects may be most important to their living. And I think we've come a long way in some sense, doing some of that a little bit better. Even if you look at traditional development, I think people are trying to recreate the sense of a downtown, even in some specific suburban locations where people can have walkable areas, outdoor eating, things like this that have helped a little bit, but still it's like it feels like a drop in the bucket in some ways.
And I wanted to like say, okay, the iPhone of housing is here. Right?
I like that.
Like that's the best analogy I can put it. These units, for the price that they are, the fact that they can be built in a factory, and they
Yes.
have the finishings on the interior that they do,
Yes.
for the price that they do, these are going to be popping up everywhere. I can guarantee it. Tariffs or no tariffs. They're available on Amazon. I'm sure someone's going to order it.
Yeah. I mean, young people in particular, are attracted to, small houses, and the certainly if you see, people that are excited about small houses, whether or not.
The idea that at like the largest end of the shipping container sizes, you're not looking at that small a house.
Yeah.
Like that's 400 plus square feet with like 10-foot ceilings.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
No, I think I find them really cute, frankly. As I've thought about myself, I'm like, I would love to live in one. The only thing I would worry about is storage space for closets. Like that's the only thing I would miss is closets.
well, so like the idea that this has the closet,
Yeah.
and it's got the full kitchen with a living room and a bath.
Yeah.
So this is the 1 bedroom, and then they have the 2 bedroom version with the studio bedroom as a second. No balcony. The goal or idea is, okay, so assuming these are going to pop up everywhere, what is the optimal configuration or arrangement to not make them look like a trailer park,
Right.
but to make look more like a apartment building?
Yeah.
And if you're going to make it an apartment building, can you like, because the shell of these units are on the exterior per unit, and they only require 6 points of pillar support, right? You don't necessarily have to put them all on the ground.
Right.
So what is the optimum density configuration?
Yeah.
And like, can you layer in vertical farming on the units so that you have like 4 to 6 floors or 10 floors potentially of housing and urban farming happening on top of each other? So like every unit comes with its own food supply.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, it's, I don't know how much the inspiration here was from, say, Le Corbusier or um, a prior, you know, architect designer, but Corbusier had a similar thought. Now, I think structurally he built, you know, like his ideas for building structures were too big, probably to fit the scale of what people would like today. But it certainly, you know, conceptualized having the garden, you know, built within the structures of the units and that sort of thing. So I think that that's on the right track for sure.
So this was one of the units that was my inspiration. I haven't seen the one that you referred to, but if you send it over to me, I'll take a look. This is Habitat 67 Montreal.
Okay.
And the idea behind it is he had these prefab modular units, which actually cost him way more, which is why this was never duplicated at scale.
Yeah.
Because this was like precast concrete
Yeah.
modular blocks that they put into place in 1967 before the technology was really there. But from a philosophical concept, his work was how do you condensify a suburb?
Yeah.
So it's not quite a apartment building and it's not quite a suburbia where everyone gets green space and
Right.
sufficient light. And because the modular units that he had to precast and fabricate, he had to like do it as a prototype, which obviously caused a lot of cost overrun, especially at that
Yeah.
time. So they didn't find this to be profitable enough to duplicate or continue this
Right.
method of construction.
Right.
But in the modern age with manufacturing and supply chains and factory construction, I don't have to, like, that's my cheapest part. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The prefab uh, that's available today is definitely, you know, much more affordable. Which is why people are interested in, you know, these units as a house, as a standalone, which is how you see most of them as
And
standalone.
the idea that if you create the vertical pillars for them longer than
Yeah.
the height of the units themselves, then you'll have like interweaving of sunlight through the building.
Yes. Yes.
And you could overlap the vertical farming. And that's kind of like the category of building that I'm trying to create. That's net zero.
Yes.
And I'm trying to prototype that under the idea of, hey, I know zoning bans this because like
Right.
zoning rules don't apply for this, but we have this thing called the climate sanctuary in the Delaware Democratic Party. Here's the document.
Yeah.
And under climate change, they call out this very particular language.
Interesting.
So
So that's why you
how
thought
to
of
leverage
locating
that?
this in Delaware first.
Well,
Is
actually, I'm the one who snuck this language in here in the
oh,
platform.
okay. I see. Did you go to University of Delaware?
No,
No.
I went to Drexel.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I'm a Delco kid, right? So like between Philadelphia and Delaware,
Yeah. I lived in
I've grown
Delaware
up in this area,
5 years while I was at University of Delaware. Yeah.
and like I'm currently in Delaware. I had this house, and
See.
I decided I wanted to rebuild it as a community center because it was at the intersection of Lake and Providence.
Ah,
And I was like, well, that's a symbolic intersection. And the fact that I lived in the house fire,
Mm.
I got to do something.
Yeah.
And then, like, the problem with religion is if you don't put a label on it, it's like, hey, you're not Catholic, you're not Protestant, you're not getting my money. And you're
Yeah.
like,
Well,
oh, the
that's
subdivision is so annoying.
yeah. In the U.S., we have usually pretty rigid boundaries between how people define religion and traditional religions. Although, we do have some like the um, Unitarian Universalists, which
They're a
embrace
very
other.
small group,
Yeah, they
let's be
very
honest.
small, but they do, and at least they embrace other. Like they're Unitarians that identify as Buddhist, or even though Unitarian itself is considered a Christian religion. It's kind of an interesting.
So the idea that the path of life that I'm trying to champion is paved
Yes.
biologically with the 7 skills. And I would call out those 7 skills are here. And the reason that these books have survived the test of time is because they point to the path of life.
Is this on your website? I didn't see all of this. This is a private part of your website.
It's under vision, and then the 7 skills of scripture. I have it under the executive summary. Vision.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
So these are the 5 functions
Cut.
that I'm trying to have for our community.
Learn.
And the idea that these are the 7 skills
Breath, movement, yeah.
that I'm trying to talk about, not only from a religious, societal, social harmony perspective of like, hey, if you want to live in this community, you got to figure out a way to get these skills in your system.
Right.
Because, like, I don't want no drunkards or hunters showing up and be like, yo, I want a place to stay.
Well, I guess that's always a challenge in our society in general.
But, like, at the same time, okay, so how do you actually, like, talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, because
this is essential, right? Like, none of
yeah,
us are going to live without breathing.
we live in a society that doesn't really openly embrace talking about philosophy or ethics anymore, right? And except
Or religion. We can barely talk about politics without
yeah,
killing each other at the Thanksgiving
right.
table, and we're
I
in
mean,
the middle of a government shutdown.
exactly. Yeah, so like religion is
So,
the only, at least in US, like religion is the lens through which people think about and allow conversations around philosophy and ethics, for the most part. And even then, it's obviously very narrow and limited. And we've
yeah,
just
like,
lost
my
that.
God is right, you're going to hell. That's usually
Exactly.
where most
Yeah.
of those
Or
conversations go.
yeah, or of course you deserve to die because you have a different religious belief, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I find that we just don't talk about philosophy.
But, like, the idea that, philosophically speaking, we all have a brain and lungs, and we
Yes.
need this thing called air that you need to breathe. And the more you do it and the better you do it, the higher your brain will work. Simple biology. And, like, free divers do it better than the rest.
Yes, and we need
And we should probably train our kids on that.
we need adequate food to be able to sustain our
I mean, like, this government shutdown, SNAP benefits, you're like, okay, well, that was a recipe for disaster. Whoever came up with this system just did not think it through.
No, it's a complete mess right now. Partly because we've done, like, there's a lot of our norms of how our government's supposed to work that are not actually legally codified, and you expect people to follow norms, and obviously can't expect everyone to follow norms.
I mean, the idea that norms and rules are based on a shared version of reality, right? Like the idea that, so this is something I try to highlight in one of my more detailed pieces or thought pieces on this. If you're going to define the new American dream when the Hollywood dream has gone up in flames, quite literally before our eyes in 2025,
Yeah.
right? Like the dream of the white picket fence has literally burned up in flames. So,
Yeah.
if you were going to define a new American dream in a climate sanctuary where you're trying to go for a utopian index kind of look and feel, these are the functions that you would have to serve. Right? And I call them, like, from a rules of reality perspective, I could never put these in one place.
Yeah.
Like zoning wouldn't allow it.
Right.
Right? But if you look at the rules of creation, it totally works. The heavens would allow this.
Well, I mean, if you think about zoning laws, essentially developed over time to protect property owners from other property owners, right? Because traditional ways of simply codifying differences in conceptions of property use, best used, whatever, were done through deed restrictions, things like this, which is, the smaller parcels get, if you people are gigantic landholders, that kind of worked.
They make all the rules.
Yeah. But when you have smaller and smaller parcels and expect people to live together in cohesive villages, even smaller communities, then you
You give everyone property rights and expect
don't.
everyone to maintain an acre, it's not going to happen. They
No,
don't have
no.
the
Yeah.
resources or the capability or the
Yeah.
mental bandwidth.
Yeah. And zoning was intended to bring about, highest and best use and harmony among property owners, so to speak, while
It was-
allowing some government
I
control.
thought it was licensed to pollute.
And that's part of it too.
I mean, like, I grew up in Philly, right?
Yeah.
It was the license to pollute for the wealthy. That's how it started out, zoning. Like, hey, you're going to go pollute, but do it over here, not over here where the drinking water is.
Well,
That
yeah,
was how
certainly for
Philadelphia zoning came about.
Yeah, industrial zones, so to speak.
Because they needed to secure the drinking water
Yeah.
from the environmental toxicity downstream.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how zoning laws work in most of American cities. Go pollute downriver, don't pollute the drinking water.
Yeah. Which is good to not pollute it, but then, if it's designed that way, you're polluting it for someone else.
But that lasted
Or-
till the turn of World War II, when Americans were like, car, racism, that's a magical combination. Let's do it. And you got every single residence going upriver of the city and saying, oh, remember that area we weren't supposed to pollute? We're going to build a giant suburbia.
Yes, or west.
100 miles.
Pollute the Schuylkill, yeah.
For 100 miles and then some.
Every direction.
In every direction. And that's going to be a wonderful idea to preserve this forest that we call home. And I'm like, I have kids and I need them to live.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Complicated thinking.
future future orientation, long-term future versus short-term. Part of it is that in our society where we structured, like where capitalism has defined so many areas of our life, um, it, anything that was designed originally to help create boundaries um, and to create social good or sustainable living has been co-opted by capitalism in a way that has led to ill-intended or negative effects, and zoning laws are a very good example of that. Even
How
if
they've been weaponized
Well,
by
even if you
the
could construct it in a way that was designed to be um, optimal types of zones, areas that allow more intensive development, like industrial or commercial versus residential, and try to have a harmonization, within that localized environment. Um, People have always been able to get a zoning change approved or a variance or whatever, and the people that get them have money, right? And so we've allowed that um, that to kind of
wealth.
affect
Wealth
how.
means wealth means winning in capitalism,
That
and
means
that
what?
brings me. Wealth means winning in capitalism. Under the rules of capitalism, the wealthy will always win. It's just a, you
Yeah.
know, that's how it works, right?
Yes.
Um, and I sort of wanted to say, hey, on this little parcel right here at Lake in Providence, I have access to one parcel,
Yeah.
and I would like to buy the other three and build a compound towards wisdom instead of wealth. So that's what I'm fundraising for.
I see. I see. And
Um,
what kind of traction have you had so far in terms of interest of funders?
so I will call out the party endorsement first,
Yeah.
because I think it's important to say, hey, here it's part of a larger collaborative project about like reimagining zoning.
Hmm.
And I'm just getting started, kind of thing. I had a brief narrative come out of One World Trade Center for 7 million for Climate Week, which has put me in touch with a bunch of interesting people. But like when it comes to getting them to write an actual check, I'm surprisingly getting frustrated.
Yeah.
People's inability to like actually commit pen to paper.
Yeah. 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 Um, Investors are, need to tend to look for very specific things.
The idea that I'm initially targeting as 7 million for the land and engineering, with a 70 million for the potential prototype.
Hmm.
Um, that would encompass 200, 512 units approximately, two villages, and a community center, along with all the land and engineering and permitting for between 77 to 97. I don't know, somewhere in that range. I got to do more
So does
engineering
this
analysis.
this area of Bear, Delaware, not have zoning or not have a
Oh,
development?
it does.
It
No,
does.
no, there's it's right in the middle of like a bunch of things. From this is the largest hospital, and here's the largest mall, and
Christiana.
it's within
Yeah.
a
I used to
markable area.
live it.
And looks like we've lost Brian. Hmm.
Hello.
Hey, Brian.
Hi. I think my battery thought it was dying, so I guess that's why.
Apparently, I got kicked off of LinkedIn as well because I hit the 4-hour live stream limit.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know how
But that's
live.
okay.
Okay, cool. Maybe that's what happened.
I'm just trying to create awareness of
Yeah.
this project and like the potential, as well as build like an executive team. And it was a pleasure talking to you about it.
Sure.
Any questions you have for me? Final thoughts, concerns, comments?
Well, as I said, I was wondering what kind of traction you were getting from investors so far, which you answered, and then wondering about the. So I think because there are existing zoning restrictions in that area, investors are probably going to be hesitant to invest until they know that you have some ability to change that outcome, right? So whether it's purchasing the parcels doesn't necessarily guarantee that you would get approval for this development, right?
So I've been speaking to the guy who's building the development across the street.
Yeah.
In terms of what would get approved,
Yeah.
versus what wouldn't. I've spoken to the county zoning department, who actually like do the approvals themselves, and they're kind of expecting me to submit something.
Okay.
This is where the new development is being placed.
I see.
And it's basically like a new Lincoln Center, mixed use development up to 6 to 8 stories.
68. Wow.
5 stories. I think there was like 1 or 2 buildings that were up to 6 stories here. 40,000 square foot total.
Wow.
So like this is being built across the street from this. And I get that it is an existing zoning, but I'm carving out a very specific subsection.
Yeah.
That's secluded from the rest of the houses within that existing zoning.
Yeah.
And there's like special. I mean, I can share the zoning.
Do they allow what's called a planned unit development, PUD?
Yeah. So
that's what, if I remember correctly, that's what Delaware had in place for these sorts of things.
Correct. And the idea that this falls under the transition zone from a planned development perspective, but it also falls under a conservation zone.
Okay.
So it's like a overlap between the two. And then it's also part of a historic development that was done in like the 70s and 80s.
I see.
So there's like 3 different rule books. And
wow.
And like specifically, I spoke to the senator and the local county council, who happens to be the co-chair of the zoning board.
I see.
And like, you mentioned like people who work for the variances usually get them. It all depends on how much and how how expensive they are and how much
Yeah.
work one.
Yeah, I mean, relationships help too. It's not just about money, particularly in a area like this, which is not, if it was Wilmington, or somewhere where there's a little bit more political power, it may take more on the financial side.
But the idea that it's a middle class working neighborhood for the
Yeah.
most part, they want more housing to be there, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of these suburban homes, they're built in the 80s, and the Capanos who built them, they didn't do such a great job.
Yeah,
So they
no, I
probably
mean,
need to be updated in the next decade.
yeah, I'm sure they're falling apart because at least I lived in Christiana for a while. And the house I was in was renting, but they were really shoddily put together. I can't see them lasting more than 30 years.
And the idea that this mall and this hospital is too valuable a real estate,
Yeah.
where are we really saying that these suburbs are going to keep staying like at their current super subdivided configuration, and like everyone has to obey these suburban zoning rules that are like the worst of the worst? Or can we just imagine something better? Like make
Yeah,
a
I mean,
community effort for a utopian index vision.
mhm.
That's my pitch.
Yeah, so I mean, it's the limitation of where you're choosing to locate is built because you have is because you have one parcel already, right? So I could see some investors saying, "Okay, we think this is a great idea, but we think you should locate X place, like somewhere else, where they will support buying the property or whatever, because I think it might work better, right?" Um, and I guess that would be the only thing you could be prepared for is like telling, investors that are really interested in it but want it to be located somewhere else, right?
The idea that if they'll let me locate the inaugural one here, I'll locate the next 1,000 wherever they want.
Sure. I'm just saying that could be that could be something you could be prepared for investors is
Right. And like I'm completely okay with that because I'm already getting franchise requests from like other states and other countries.
or other countries. I was going to say, yeah, exactly.
Like there's people in the Middle East who are like all about this water thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Especially when they live in the desert for 1,000 years, you're like, maybe I should think about that.
well, and I mean, certainly, countries that are looking at intensive development, if you could somehow guarantee the water supply through the development itself, then they would be very interested. I'm thinking Saudi Arabia, of course, and other countries like that.
But I think we are above our time.
Oh, yeah, I'm not even paying
Well, we
attention to
have
the time.
scheduled.
Sorry, which I should because I have a 1:30. But yeah, it was great talking to you. It's certainly a very interesting project. Yeah.
Let me know what you see as your role in terms of if you wish to be involved and in what capacity and how much money it would take, or if you would be one of the investors investing in anything.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I will think about this and let you know. I mean, as I said, I haven't worked in urban planning directly for years, but it's always been something I was interested in since I spent so much time in school and actually wrote, I wrote an article years ago around zoning in Wilmington that was used in our urban planning curriculum at University of Delaware.
And the idea that my number one rule with this project is no new religion, no new cult.
Yeah. Well, that would be, yes, great. We don't need any more cults in our world. Plus, I mean, I don't know. I have, I was raised Catholic, but I studied lots of other religions when I was in college, just out of interest. And there's enough in text, whether it's Buddhist or other texts that point to lots of great ethical principles that I think we don't need anymore.
The idea that I'll just highlight monotheism has been the idea that's the dominant philosophy for the better part of 10,000 years. and
Mhm.
these are my 4 favorite books.
Cool. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor of Philosophy.
Well, it's great talking to you, and I'll look at your email that I think you sent today and follow up with you.
Sounds great.
Okay. Good talking to you.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to take a break. That was 2 back-to-back meetings / interviews, and usually most of my days are filled with that. But this week, I'm just going to do live cast all of them. I see that my LinkedIn connection has been broken, so I'll see if I can get that. I think I have to break it up into 4-hour sections. In the meantime, let's check out YouTube before I go and see if that live cast is still working. Yes, it is. All right, I'm gonna Hey guys, how's it going? Good. All right, so hmm. Right. So I was just checking the live stream to see how effective it was. I think I'm playing somewhere. All right. Okay. So I have 2 job postings. And I have to finalize from the 211 applicants I received. I'm gonna spend $348 getting connected with, as well as okay. Found the link that was causing an issue. All right, let's see. Hmm. All right. So the government's been shut down, and I know a lot of people are impacted, and I wanted this. I am one of those people, right? Like everyone who lives in America, even if you don't live in America. So when it comes to hiring for this role, I am trying to do it as transparently as possible, which is why I'm doing the online live stream interviews. And I've been live streaming for what, 6 hours plus at this point? 23 applicants here. And okay, I think I got way more. 49 or 52 applicants for the CFO role. All right. Um, and I think I just want to highlight like what. So I'm probably going to email what 23 people here as well as the we'll call it 52 applicants. So out of the 300 people who saw it, I got 50 out of the 300, which is what, 20%? And like LinkedIn really wants you to pay people to apply. I'm using the live thing to try to get around their, more traditional. All right, so how do I go through 52 applicants? Do I send them all an email and say, hey, here's the application? Um, so 52, 55 people I need to reach out to. I need to send them this link so that they can do an introduction. I updated the Calendly. Government shutdown hackathon. All right, so they go here. Next. Name, email. Need to block out December for this. So they can only book in all right, so that gives me a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 days this week, 4 days next week, 5 days the week after, and 3 days the fourth week before Thanksgiving hits. And I need to have not only the funding in place, but my top 8 candidates ready for hire. That leaves me, yeah, this is going to be interesting. Are you guys excited? I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be talking to this camera quite a bit. I usually have like other person face that I'm looking at when I'm talking. Maybe you guys will see this later in the archive. Who knows? Mhm. Okay, so there's the slots. I was hoping this would be done by now. So one of the things that I'm enjoying getting used to is creating these videos. Some of it you guys saw on YouTube, but I keep playing. So it basically is Notebook LM, which takes the various sources that you feed it and is able to create not only video or audio overview, mind maps, flashcards, quiz reports. It basically takes all of the information within those packets and tries to recreate it in a variety of different other, like pull out all the highlights and stuff. I find it really good way to like create video introductions, and I feel like video introductions is what most people want to watch anyway. People stop reading shit. Go figure. And, oops, printer. I mean, these two comments kind of sum up like the discrepancy, I think. Or I guess these three. Whether it's public or not. Some people are comfortable, some people are not. Yeah. All right. Time to upload the new video. All right. Like 45 minutes left in today's business day. I'm going to have to spend time with the kids pretty soon. It was interesting hanging out with you guys. I don't know how many people will see this podcast. I have one more person that I want to talk to. So this is content by somebody else.
Okay, so I sometimes like checking out what the other people are creating with Notebook LM, and this was one of those videos that we just watched. The idea behind this one is really quite basic in that, oh, just try and you'll eventually learn AI just by playing around with it. And I wanted to like add my 2 cents in that AI is changing day by day. What you're doing this week is not the same as the output that you'll get next week, and it's really dependent on like which tool that you're using. If you're using ChatGPT for something, if you're using Gemini for something, and then there's the aspect of what it is that you're using it for and how you're using it. Because at the end of the day, it is a algorithmic model, effectively, is what the best way to describe it. And it has like various factors that can strain and control it. But it's basically a logic model, right? Like LLMs, they are trying to linguistically connect together words, keywords, in a various algorithmic way to create the impression of intelligence or real intelligence. And that's what LLMs 1.1 were. Now we're at ChatGPT 5 and Google Gemini 2.5, right? So like we've iterated on that, and what they're trying to do is combine the real world logic engine along with the LLM, like a physics engine similar to Unreal, and the LLMs from like 1.0, and try to see if they can get this hybrid model that works in audio, video, and text. And it's fully native in terms of it accurately tries to decipher how the real world works through, instead of looking at it through a text only or through a physics only engine. And building competency through friction, yes, that's a inherent skills trait of anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean that person will be any good at using AI, or if AI will basically become their master effectively. And I don't know, some interesting conversations to think about when it comes to human skill of the user of AI versus what the AI is capable of. And I think that's like the heart of modern America right now. There's a handful of people who have ungodly power because they have money and they have access to a computer. All right, so I have 18 days, now 17, 10 minutes left till my next meeting. I'll play this one more time while I take a 10-minute break.
So
Hi, Chandrika. How are things?
hey, it's good. I'm just trying to understand this. I think I saw this video today.
So basically, the idea that I'm trying to like raise awareness for my project,
Mm-hmm.
as well as sort of see if I can get more and more content. And I have been creating some of that through Notebook LM, which I find super helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I also have been bouncing my work between ChatGPT 5 and Google Gemini.
Oh, okay. That's amazing.
Um, the idea that whatever, like if you're gonna write a business plan in the modern age, by the way, your camera is off. I don't know if you can,
Yeah, I can see it.
your personal camera, so you can appear on the thing. But the idea behind it was I wanted to like create a real world place on the utopian index ranking.
Mm-hmm.
That was sort of the hidden meaning behind this kind of thing, as well as the public website. That, you know, with AI, what are we looking at when it comes to these books?
Okay. Like,
And like,
so you want to create something which is actually a not spiritual, but like also religious in a sense, and you can create a sense of community with like different diverse group of people or something like that, right?
well, so like there's the engineering component to the actual building itself and how you do this from an engineering and practical and like ecological perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But then like there's the component of, okay, but how does that, when it intersects with religion, which is supposed to be the thing that, you know, America has the thing between separation of church and state, and now you're sticking it into housing and
Yeah.
ecology, and you're like, wait, how does that work? And that's sort of how I was like, you know, this is something I've struggled with myself for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried to come up with like, what does every religion have in common? And I keep coming up and back to like, well, there are certain rules of creation that
Mm-hmm.
kind of have to be obeyed.
Yeah.
And it's not like you and I get a say in the matter. And like the requirement to breathe for the conversation that you are having, it has to mean that lungs are in my capable of, with air, of producing that sound. The mind is able to think and produce those words, kind of thing. And there's a connection between the lungs and the mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's like human biology 101. But we don't teach that.
And then, like, for these practices, is it like something that you will engineer it, or it will be there, just like there?
So like the idea that if you are gonna try to take away the car in a deeply like urban area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, if you take away the car in this area, you're still part of the broader Delaware community, right? You're still working in this area. You're still like part of the corporate America kind of most likely audience.
Mm-hmm.
Most of Delaware is corporate America. especially the bankers. They're as conservative as they come.
Mhm.
But Delaware is also like the most lowest lying state in the country. Like it's at the highest flood level risk. And if you look at your flood maps, right, they're pretty bad when it comes to like this area here. Like this whole area is brand new development, and it's like the highest level flood risk.
Mhm. And that's not our area, right?
Well, no. So the idea that if you do the watershed restoration that I try to call out, from the perspective, like if this is the last highway or this is the last residential area before Route 1 and 95 intersection. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's a symbolic intersection on the East Coast for those who live here. And there happens to be like this is the Christiana River that runs alongside the highway,
Mhm.
right? And they kind of overlap right here. So our property would be located in that area. The
Okay.
watershed's over here, and then it goes down that way. We happen to be located super close to the mall and the hospital.
Mhm.
I call out that community as being the highest flood risk because if you look at the flood maps, much of downtown Wilmington and some of the areas that are like right next to the river that are most valuable to some people are the
Mhm.
most at risk.
Yeah, and how far this is actually from any city, or I know like it's close to airport, but like um what exactly you think the customer base looks like, or what kind of people? Of course, religious people for sure. But do you have any kind of analysis that okay, these are my customers, and I will be targeting maybe like senior people or working class, or just looking at the demographics, or just like even surroundings of that area?
So I wanted to call out like the equivalent. This is the development. This is the
Mhm.
most closest development that's happening, at least the major one.
Oh, okay. So there's already one development, right?
This is currently happening.
Oh, okay.
This is approved. The permits are like all sealed, and like this is what they're building across the street, kind of thing, within
Okay.
a mile of this thing.
This will be a great case study, though. Like if you can get, or if we can just get the numbers for this one, so we can see, okay, these are the demographics, and these are the people like who we can also target, like our same kind of groups, or how the statistics looks like for this area. So this will be a great example or just a case study for us.
So it is considered a high income area.
Mm-hmm.
Although like there seems to be just some difference of opinion depending on who you ask of what you consider high income.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone lives in Beverly Hills.
Uh, yeah, like what do you think? What's income there?
But I think it's like 80,000 median income.
Oh, okay. And that's high, you
But they're
said?
considered high income in this area.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But specifically, if you zoom out,
Mm-hmm.
this is the largest mall and this is the largest hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a train station right here that goes to New York and DC. And my thought was like this would be targeted towards people starting a family or retirees looking to like downsize and get away from their hustle and bustle. Especially from New York and DC, there's like a lot of people who want to move to Delaware, and there's just not enough housing in Delaware to support that population migration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. I think like most of the target should be just like families or family-centric people, or like who are actually maybe retired or just like looking for some kind of peace. Because I don't know, making it too religious or just like also being specific about a topic, I have this contradicting thought like, are we missing on few of the customers or like other consumer as well who can be our potential?
So the tricky part, and you might understand this based on your Indian background,
Yeah.
there is a ecological value in having the animals be living on the landscape instead of having grass, right? Like there's a reason why there's religious prohibitions against killing cows in India, as
Yeah.
well as like killing other animals. America is living in a post-apocalyptic world in that sense.
That's correct.
And I like try to pull up this image to make it like dawn on people just how post-apocalyptic. Like this happened a couple hundred years ago, and we've kept killing ever since. We never stopped. To all the dead deers on the side of the road, like
Fine.
we are keeping the landscape purposely dead so we can have roads and suburbs and trains and other things
Oh,
without any regard for the animals or the plants that are supposed to be there, and they have a right to exist.
that's really interesting. Yeah, I
So
mean,
like if you're gonna fix the climate, you got to bring them back somehow. And how do you do that without making it about religion and like making it about housing, and like we're just gonna have animals there, like you don't, nobody cares about their grass.
yeah.
Take it away and say we're gonna give you a greenhouse full of food that you can eat from, so you don't have to buy as much of a grocery bill.
Oh, yeah. No, that's correct. I was thinking the same thing. So, like maybe just including something like groceries or maybe a few plants, and then of course animals. I'm not sure which one you want to pick. We do have some communities in Austin which have like deers like as just like animals around there, and the communities are actually really expensive and beautiful, I would say so. But yeah, just like including few of the sustainable or just ecological thing like just sounds better. But one of the question with the structure is um, we might need someone who's actually really proficient with the designing and everything, because my concern is regarding the disasters as well, because when you said like it will be containers from maybe China or like exporting or importing like from somewhere, right? So is it actually possible to make it like really strong, not in terms of like earthquake or whatever, but okay, will it sustain? Because customers want something which sustains as well, right? In terms of structure. Apart from that, another question will be, do they actually want to move from one apartment to another? So like this design is amazing, really perfect work. But like, do you want to explore other side as well? Will it be feasible for the customer to just like moving from one city to another, or just go and buy a house instead where they can just like create their own ecological or like that kind of environment? That's my question.
So I wanted it to be like a super duplicatable thing. Like
Mm-hmm.
think about it as buying an apartment building, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I like you make that as simple as hitting yes, buy, and you press a button, and like an apartment building with a bunch of trucks shows up. They clear the land and regrade it in a very particular way to
Mm-hmm.
create a well in the center, so you have water, and they do the groundwork and foundation work, and then they start lifting these blocks with a crane. 2 weeks later, you're planting, the gardens for each of the individual units. That's one approach. And that relies on using pillars that are like synthetic,
Mm-hmm.
concrete, or metal.
Mm-hmm.
Approach B is a tire and earth-based system.
Oh, okay.
A tire wall, but putting roots within the tire wall so that they grow and create a mycelial network. And you grow the garden first, and then you slide in the containers once the community is ready for habitation.
Okay.
The idea that, at least I estimate, these containers, the idea that the shipping container has a very particular size and dimension.
Yeah.
And you're going to treat the shell of the container as the exterior, and you can harden that to like almost bulletproof glass kind of thing, or hurricane resistant glass if you need to, as well as you can do the improved interior insulation. So it's like kind of like a space capsule, right? You can put almost anything you want in that,
Oh.
for lack of a better term, from an industrial to a residential to a variety of other models and shapes. But the size of these containers is always going to be identical, because that's based on the international shipping standards.
And
Like it works.
what's the size again?
It's usually 40 feet long, up to 12 foot wide by 12 foot high, or 10 foot wide by 12 foot high, for the containers themselves. Like think about your traditional cargo vessels, right?
And then do you think so it will be feasible for families? Because like looks like only one person can accommodate it.
So that's where the 2-bedroom version. So it's got like a 1-bedroom for the mom and dad, and then a 1-bedroom studio with the kitchen inside it. I mean, like, is it, a 4-bedroom mansion? No, but like, that's what not we're going for, kind of thing. And like, if you have enough of these, once they're teenagers, they can get their own capsule.
Oh.
Right? It doesn't necessarily mean they have to stay with mom and dad's capsule.
Oh. Okay.
So, I mean, like from an individual habitation unit perspective, it's much more like, if you think of it as like an iPhone and you standardize it, it will create like its own culture and ecosystem.
Yeah. No, of course.
Like, think about van life, right? Van life has its own culture and ecosystem that's different than suburban life or city life. And this has like a similar level of potential.
Yeah, no, of course, 100%. I think then it will be more individualistic. I would say so. Like, still, like we need to do testing and like do some surveys, like, hey, what you prefer or something like that for the families as well. But yeah, I feel like it should be more over for the people like who are actually preferring to live alone or by themselves, or maybe a couple would be perfect. And what's the privacy? What's the privacy like
Trying to do it.
issue?
Bubba's on the phone.
Here.
So they do have like retractable curtains in each of the units that are automated and air controlled. Bubba's talking to a friend.
Can I have some ice cream?
No, you're supposed to have dinner.
What?
Healthy food, baby.
You were talking to him?
I'm talking to her, yes.
What are you talking?
So like they do have the individual curtains, as well as if you were to think about it from a apartment perspective, you have 3 times as much sunlight, right? Versus an apartment would have a lot less, and you are air gapped from your neighbor, which is something that you would never have in an apartment, like a outdoor space between your neighbor. So that would completely reduce the noise and that kind of thing. if you were to arrange it in the checkerbox pattern that you proposed, and having the roof of one become the garden space for the next kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And will it be just like one design where like do we have like any other perspectives?
I'm sorry? Your voice broke up for a second there.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Do you have just like a design where like a fountain or swimming pool will be in the center? Like, is there any other perspective as well to the same thing?
So the goal behind the pond pool in the center is to use it as a water reservoir
Mm-hmm.
for all of the gardens, because you would need like drought and water. And if you think about it in the future, water becomes one of the more valuable resources.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of controlling the water supply for the residents and making sure it doesn't get poisoned becomes a priority. I use the logic behind the center pond. It wasn't meant to be as that.
I'm sorry, your voice is breaking a lot.
I
Hello? Can you
apologize.
hear me?
Is that yeah, I think my headphone's trying to die a battery. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I think my battery was trying to die out.
Mm-hmm.
Baba, what password is it? 772. No, I want this. I want the game. Goodbye. Bye.
Okay.
Very
the-
cute.
Bye.
But beyond the physical element of the design, what I was trying to propose is if I leave the 7 skills intact, the way that I've kind of programmed them in,
Mm-hmm.
I'm able to achieve a utopian index score
Okay.
along the AI.
Baba,
Yes,
sort of assessment.
your phone?
of course.
I don't know how to kind of interpret that.
Where's your phone? Where's your phone?
Zion has it.
No, why?
I'm talking to a friend.
What friend?
Say hi, Chandrika.
Not Jamaica.
Hey. I don't think so they can hear me, but like, hey.
I'm wearing headphones. He says hey.
Hi, mommy. Mommy.
Are you done with your meeting?
You want to reschedule this for tomorrow?
Yeah, that works.
All right, I gotta log off. It's like 5:30 anyway.
Oh, okay.
But let me know if you have other questions.
Yeah, I do. I think like this is great progress. I just wanted to say I have connections, a few of the connections like that I can connect you with, who might be helpful. But I just want to be really sure about the design perspective or like get someone's feedback on this. And the second thing is like, of course, I love the concept about the containers and but this can be one thing, and another there can be another perspective as well where okay, like if you want something like apartments or if you want something which is like just on the ground or just like have their own space, like something like that, and that can be more expensive for sure, but yeah, like that would be a different price perspective. But
I guess I was trying to avoid the aesthetic of a trailer park and duplicate the aesthetic of a high-rise luxury building that's ecologically net zero, and that it can produce its own food and its own electricity for the residents.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense.
So like I tried to like pursue it not necessarily from a purely aesthetic perspective, but from a functionality perspective. what do the residents need? Whether they like it or not, that's what they need to survive.
Yeah. No, of course, 100%. Yeah, we can actually reschedule this for tomorrow at the same thing, like maybe around 5 p.m. if that works for you. 5 p.m. CST. I'm not sure which zone you are in.
I'm on the East Coast. The
that-
other option is we can do it like after the kids go to bed.
Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes that helps too.
Yeah,
If you want to shoot me an event invite.
Mhm.
Depending on what time you have in mind, which time zone are you in? Are you on the West Coast or are you on...
CST, like Texas, CST zone.
Okay. So like the idea that the Texas variation is going to be very different based on the desert region.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the Houston region, the plant's variation is going to be very different. So.
Yeah.
Hi, Sai.
Okay, then.
But if you know any investors, I am actively trying to like make progress on my fundraising goals as well. So.
Okay, yeah, of course. We just might need to make a pitch deck for that, like a perfect pitch deck, like where we just don't need to, like switch in between tabs, but just like one presentation or something, and then we can just show them all the progress, or if that works. Great.
I'm open to ideas. The idea that, there's no shortage of presentation material. It's a matter of like, okay, who's the recipient of that?
Can I hear
it? Hey, how are you?
Can you say hello?
Hello?
Hi. What's your name?
It's in there.
Oh, that's cute. How old are you?
How old are I?
You're 5 years old.
I don't know.
You forgot?
Okay.
5 years old.
All right. Baba's almost done. You want to go play with Zion? All right, Junior. Go play with Zion.
I want here.
Okay. Can Baba? Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think like the next steps would be like where I can ask a few of the people for like connecting you with a few people, like maybe investors or just like some
Like,
real estate.
the idea that I need not only investors, but the engineering that you talked about, specifically getting the other opinion. I've gotten lots of opinions. We're at the stage where we need the actual BIM files. Like selection of which modular containers you're sourcing for the East Coast based on the American standards. And Delaware has their own compared to like Pennsylvania or New Jersey.
Let's go.
All right, Tanir.
It's tea.
Yes, it's tea.
Can I have them? Why we have no pastron?
Other questions?
No, not anything right now. I do have a few questions, but we can reconnect actually. Maybe.
If you want to email them to me, I'm happy to like.
Yeah, that works.
Tell you how much I've thought about them. The idea that my final closing thought for today's live stream is probably going to be, hey, the idea that I was able to get a near perfect utopian index score, between like 95 to 99 percentile, depending on like if you add a billion or a trillion to the equation.
Wow, that's
amazing. But like the AI engine is like the only missing ingredient is money, because I did like a backfill analysis of like, hey, what does AI think is the utopian index should be graded on, and then like come up with that criteria. based on the AI's perspective, and then rank it accordingly for ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and then had them like go back and forth on like funding levels and if they want to see missing ingredients.
That's actually correct. One more thing, like before just going, I think if you can connect with the people who are actually in real estate, so they might just help you. Like when I know it's just like starting, and then right now it's an idea and like scope is there, but like when it's done or like when it will be ready. So like if you'll have connections who can pitch your like project to people directly, so they'll help you in selling these like I think like one unit or multiple units or something like that, or someone just giving this as a big project to a company where we can collaborate together with them, like not liquidating the whole project, but like just taking their help and suggestions, as they might be more also like expert in the same field of real estate.
So the idea that I've so far, I'm open to networking and partnership opportunities, depending on what the other party comes with, skills, teamwork, et cetera, et cetera. This is meant to be a grand challenge of like, hey, what is the path of life, and how do I get my foot on it?
Yeah.
I think
hmm
that's what it's all about to me.
Not only just like people from US, I can help you with worldwide investors, or someone can directly invest through Five as well. So
Yeah.
that's
So I'm starting to get a bunch of requests from India already.
oh right.
Like, hey, can you build this over here? I've got a plot of land.
Oh. He's trying to.
Nice.
How many acres are you looking for? And then like it becomes okay. Well, I need to negotiate like who's gonna pay for that, and then like I build that.
Yeah.
We provide the
Oh,
design
she's boring.
and like the IT framework kind of thing.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
Where's Baba?
So that's kind of where we're at.
Baba, she's
Oh,
big.
no, this is like a really amazing and great progress so far. I really love the progress, and I might need few updates, but I'll email you with my questions and my suggestions, and we can work
Oh, Park.
together.
You leave it again.
Okay. Sounds good. And I am trying to close on the financing sooner rather than later. So any introductions you can make this week would be greatly appreciated.
Oh, okay, of course. I'll try to make it work this week.
Sounds great.
Okay, thanks.
Have a blessed day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Namaste.
Yeah, thanks. You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, bye. He's cute. Okay. Well, I'll talk.
Somebody say hi. Somebody say hi.
All right, Zunair, you're gonna sign off on today's live stream. Bye bye, internet.
Bye.
Hi.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Mudassar.
Bye bye.
Bye.